Hey, what's going on, guys? Click clack. Love that name, dude. How you doing today? How are you doing today? How are you doing today? Oh no. I had feedback. It's okay. I canceled it. I got rid of it. Clock tack. Nice. So yeah, so today I started a little early. And we're drinking this. Man, this bubbly water, it's good stuff. Blackberry's pretty good too. And eating some cheese. So today we're gonna build two boards, which is why I started early. We're gonna build we're gonna re-put together this drop control that's in here. We're gonna put some shelf liner in it, lube up the stabs, you know, just make it as right as a drop control can be. And then we're gonna build this Space 65. Hey TSC, what's up? So I'm kind of looking forward to the Space 65. Sorry, I'm eating one last minute snack. I figure it'll be a long stream because one other thing that we're gonna do is, those of you who know and saw that I got this guy yesterday, or saw that I got that guy, know that I was also waiting on Pace ADS 200, which hasn't arrived, but I was playing around with the TS100 on the last stream, and it seemed like it wasn't keeping up. Part of it was, oh, simplistic. Nice to see you, man. The Space 65 is gonna be the second one that we build today. So we're gonna do the drop control, although the drop control won't take terribly long because it's gonna be like I mean, it's a hot swap board, so it's really about adding some shelf liner and lubing some stabilizers. So the build will be pretty straightforward. But the Space 65 obviously will be pretty cool. But before we do either of those, like I was saying, that TS100, it wasn't really heating up the way that I wanted it to. And I think part of it was the tip that I was using, but more importantly, I think part of it is the power supply that came with it. So it came with a power supply that is 19 volts and 2.1 amps, right? So it's a 65 watt iron, and 19 times 2.1 works out to just under 40 watts. So that power supply is only able to supply it with a fraction of what it can deliver. So I ordered this guy, which can deliver 24 volts, which is the maximum rating of that iron, and 6 amps. So considerably more than the maximum power load of that. And I ordered this like 9-foot lead. So we're actually gonna splice that onto the end of here, and that's what we're gonna use for the rest of the builds. Sorry TSC, had to get them noms in. Always been interested to hack a beefier MOSFET for the TS100. I mean, you could do that. I think at some point you'll come into a limitation of the amount of current that can be delivered, probably across the contacts and the leads that are built into the tips themselves. So we've switched to a B2 connect tip in that iron, but this is what the ILS tip looks like that we were using. And I have a feeling that when I switch to the overhead cam, it'll look a little better. But I have a feeling that you'll come up to a limitation with the leads that come off of these and go down into the tip. That's why it's rated for probably whatever current. Also, the handle might start getting warm. potentially. I don't know though. Thanks for the follow, by the way. DGO Nino. DGO Nino. I like it. So yeah, we're definitely gonna mod this power supply so that we have plenty of like cable length and get us what we need. Yeah, sadly you're not familiar with the thermocouples. Yeah, it's possible. I don't think temp stability is probably that big of an issue when it's got enough energy to drive the tip to where it can be, to where it should be. So yeah, we're gonna do this real quick first. Now, both of these power supplies are center pole positive, and I already verified that it does in fact fit in with that tip, and that my pigtail lead does also. So it's just gonna be a matter of knowing which, I mean, I'm hoping that it's this red wire is the positive, but we'll find out, right? Just the tip, just the tip. Petrov, what up, man? It is a CF plate, but Petrov, you might be waiting a little while because that's going to be the second thing that we build tonight. Oh, also, I didn't realize my background was so dark. Let's turn that up a little bit. Didn't have that lighting correct. Anticipation's half the fun. Okay, well, there you go. So technically the third thing, because we're going to build this iron real quick. We're going to rebuild just the cable. Wink, wink. All right, so we're going to go right to it, because that's a lot of stuff to handle all in one day. All for one build. And we're going to use the iron and its original power supply to get that job done too. What up, Frisco Melt? How you doing, man? Long time no talk. Oh, I don't need that anymore. All right, so this is gonna get awkward because I'm a lefty. We're gonna have to solder over here. All right, so anyway, like I said, we're gonna verify, right, that our power supply is in fact center pole positive. Right, so here's the original one. Specifically, we'll verify that it's in the same polarity, because I actually don't care which one's truly positive or negative, so much as that they're exactly the same. So we'll get this going, and we will 200 volts DC voltage. Right. And it does look like it's center pole positive, and 24.3 volts, which hopefully doesn't blow up our iron. Says its maximum rating is 24, but I suspect that's fine. And 19.6, even though it says 19, I think we're gonna be fine. So one way to test this real quick is plug this bad boy in, make sure that it's right. Ooh, and it does seem like it heats up ever so slightly faster. Okay, so leave that right there with that B2 tip that we replaced it with. So great. So we're gonna cut this. Now this is actually 20 gauge wire, and this is, I think, 16. So we want to get it fairly close, right? Because we want as little of that 16 gauge wire being able to heat up as possible, even though 16 gauge is fine. So we're gonna leave a respectable little amount right here. We'll cut it like right here and get it stripped. So get my flush cuts. It's unplugged, yes, okay, good. Good. Get this jobber done as soon as we can. Oh, I have a bigger set. I don't think I have them quite that large. This will do 20. So that's actually fine. That's actually fine. So I'll get the sheath. Need a bench supply to pump those numbers. I do have a pretty gnarly bench supply that isn't here. It is here. I mean, it's in my house. It's just not like literally right here. Yeah, boop beep bep. What's going on, man? Sorry, we're not there yet. We'll be there soon. We'll be there soon. We're doing some soldering iron modification first, man. Get this iron going. Never heard of it. Yar. Yeah, so I've got a beefy bench supply, like a 1600 watt, so 0 to 40 volts DC and up to 40 amps. It's pretty gnarly. It's like literally too big for this table. I mean, it's not too big for the table, it's just too big for the table and the other shit that I do on this table. You know, before we get all crazy, we're also going to verify that this red is what's positive. And it is. So this guy is gone. Mostly what we want out of this is the length. We're also going to verify that center pole is continuous with this red wire, with this red lead right here. Come on. Nothing there, something there. Cool. So we are in fact sure that that's what we want. This red wire goes to that red wire before we shock anything. Let's do that. Let those capacitors discharge a little bit. Can hook up to any toaster. Yar. So these should be, I think 16 gauge, is that what we said? 16 gauge. So, and they're pre-tinned, which is great. It's too big for those. Get a little bit of extra. Oh, that's right, it's pre-tinned, so. That'll work. Yeah, just trying to stay warm. Yeah, I was in Palm Springs literally until this morning. So I was all sorts of warm. Warmer than I wanted to be. It was great though. Little mini vacation. And before we go all crazy, we'll get one of these doodads. A couple of these doodads. These look like the same diameter. Okay, we want that. And we want that one. Oh, I got an extra. Oh well. First rule of soldering, always try to forget heat shrink on the first try. Yeah, no joke, huh? No joke. Ooh. That fits tight. that's actually a good thing, because that other wire is the one. And I think the shrink ratio on this is not actually that great. It might be fine. I mean, I guess if it's 2 to 1, then even this is fine. Yeah, that's fine. Plenty of space. Okay. So we'll do this kind of deal. And that'll work. We had some pre-tinning going on there. So we'll plug into this other power supply real quick. Put this stuff off to the side. Don't really need quite that much. Where's our... Okay. Next is episode building my own DIY PSU. Yeah, right. Now this isn't actually that bad, I feel. Okay, so we'll do that real quick. All right, then we'll... That's not what I wanted to do. This is what I wanted to do. Get it heated. Get up to our favorite soldering temp, right around 390 C. Like I said, we'll tin these leads. Yeah, I'm hoping this will be a little bit better once it's all up to where we want. And you know what? Before we even do that, I'm gonna set that off to the side. Fuck it. Now I have some paste flux, and I ordered from the Rossmann group some Amtech flux, some gel flux, which will probably make our lives, frankly, a little bit better overall. Pre-tinned, there we go. Okay, sweet. You got some fake ones before ordering from him. Yeah, dude. Honestly, and Louis Rossmann, I want to support whatever it is that he's doing. I hope he makes a little bit of money on that. He's doing good stuff. He deserves support. Anybody who doesn't know kind of what he's doing right now should go literally just watch his most recent video. Traveling around trying to support people in the right to repair stuff. I do too. Seems like a really cool dude, and honestly, like I said, he's doing good stuff that's good for everyone. Everyone in all communities, pretty much. Not just keyboards or whatever. In fact, probably not us the most. Where are my little... So I have some small needle nose somewhere. Usually they're like right here, but apparently not at the moment. So we're gonna use these giant ones to get done what we want, apparently. Come on. Probably should cut a little bit more off, but now I'm... Or get helping hands or something, you know. That would probably be a pretty good idea. Okay, and we haven't lost temp, which is good. So the irony would be if we ended up not able to heat up what we wanted to because the iron can't get hot enough to do what we needed to do. There we go. There's a good connection. Ooh, what are we saying? Planet to be, yeah, less waste. I agree. What TS100 tip would I take with you if you could only take one? Honestly, it's probably this one, I guess. I don't use the TS100 a bunch. I want to use it more. But even then, I probably won't use it a ton. Because I have a Pace ADS 200 coming, and at some point I'll want to upgrade to a JBC high output model, like the DHDE, I think. It's kind of what I was looking at. I just don't really want to drop $2,000 as a hobbyist on an iron right now, you know. Sure, you understand. Yeah, and I was looking at some. We've probably been looking at some of the same ones. Needs to be crimped down a little bit better. Oh no. It was so short that I actually well, that's a bummer. I actually heat shrunk the tube right there on the spot. Damn it. Well, we have some extra insulation there. That's okay. I know a little trick. A little tricksy trick. Since we're gonna heat shrink over one end anyway. Actually, I have a better way of doing this. It's less janky. Cut this outer one off. And I'll just slide it back down. Maybe I will not. Okay, I'm gonna go with my original plan. We'll go over this hot one. As per the original plan. And then this is actually going to heat up so much when it's done. And I'll do another one over the other one just to be extra cautious. Just in case anything gets out of whack in there. Yeah. It happens, man. I'm not that worried about it as long as it doesn't short and blow a circuit. We're gonna be all right. Probably helps if I put the red around the red and the black around the black. I mean, it's not strictly a requirement, but I prefer it. And actually, before this cools off, because it's starting to, reflow this. All right. Now that it looks all good in the hood, here's what we'll do. Put this stuff over just as an internal insulator. Sorry guys, make you wait for the payoff. Why am I going in from the bottom if it wants to curl up the other direction? I don't know. Okay, so we'll do that. And then when we heat shrink this, it'll all actually shrink pretty well. As long as we can fit it in there, which I think we can just fine. And if not, then I can cut this piece off and get a different one on there that's even bigger. For sure. But I think this will fit. Though it may take some convincing. Okay, it will not. This one will for sure. And we saw that that actually shrunk up just fine because this one will fit over the connector. Yeah, if it's 2 to 1, it'll actually be fine. Okay, good enough. We need a third rule of shrink too. Oh. Okay, so now. Bing, bing. So now we're gonna. Shrink it down. There we go. Sorry. Sorry, guys. I'm sure that was awfully loud. Honestly, it needs to be more. Don't worry. Yeah, Fortnite lobby nice. Okay, so now we're gonna try one thing. We're gonna try plugging it in and hopefully it doesn't short anything. Cool. We're gonna try this. Boom. Okay. I like it. Now we're gonna try this guy. Ooh, and it does seem like it heats up faster. Let's see what the 390C should be like, nearly instantaneous. Yeah. All right. And now we have our new power supply. So this guy can just go away. And now we have our 9-foot pigtail. We don't have to worry about that bullshit anymore. In fact, now I'm gonna have to like manage this cable, but that's like a good problem, IMO. Compared to the last one, at least. Okay, so we'll put that up over there for right now. And then we'll get to work on this drop control, right? Because we're not gonna be doing any soldering on this guy. This one stays out. Next one should be pluggable. Yeah, we won't need to solder anything on this next guy. Okay, we're gonna go to a different mix. And then we can get to work. No soldering required. Spool all that solder up. You know what we will need though? We will need that. That's our lube / cutting mat. Excess cables go over there. We should not need this. With any luck. Okay. Now, drop control. I don't know how much of you guys have seen this. Hey, grab me some dinner. Yeah, man. It's laughable small. It is the TS100 is tiny. Tiny. All right, so here we go. We're gonna need that in a minute. I don't know if you guys ever opened one of these. I'd never looked at one of these before. So they give you like the little rubber bottom feet and a switch puller, and the keycap puller is kind of the nicest part of the whole deal. I actually like that. That's cute. And then they give you a plug or a cable. Cool. I mean, I'm not anticipating that I'll really love this or anything. Oh, we're gonna have to clip a bunch of PCB legs off of switches because we made some Xylants for this and you know, we're not gonna need them. But let's get our new stabilizers lubed. So here's the important part. Customer needed some stabs, and I needed some better wires. I needed some different wires. So instead of ordering a bunch of 2U ones, I ordered some extras, 7 and one 6.5 for me. And then I'm just gonna give him new 2U wires. We're gonna mod these real quick. He won't need that, but he will need 4 new 2U wires. But we have plenty of those laying around. Other cherry wires. Cherry and GMK, in fact. We'll go with cherry ones because these are cherry. Okay, so he'll need those. Before we get all crazy, we'll verify that these work in these stabilizer inserts, which, I mean, obviously they should, but never be too safe with a customer board. Perfect. I am cherry picking them. I see what you did there. Huh? Wait, they don't return the include sticker. What are you talking about? What? Did I miss something? Just a joke on Drop's quality boards. Yeah, no joke. Oh, I see. Yeah, man. Okay, so look, I don't think that the quality is the highest or anything on Drop's boards. In fact, I think it's pretty atrocious, right? But that's why I'm getting this one out of the way first. And then we'll move on to the space. But this board will be fairly quick anyway, because of how little work there is. I don't even like, honestly, hot swap boards for the most part. That's pretty much how I feel about them. I think hot swap is kind of a joke. While I understand and appreciate that noobs have a benefit, or see some benefit in doing that thing, I don't have any hot swap boards anymore. The two that I had, I sold. The Kira hot swap and the Tofu 60 hot swap. That's the way I feel about them. Mechanics, what's up, man? Look at what we're building, mechanics. We're rebuilding this drop control. Then we're gonna move on to the Space 65. In fact, maybe we'll get the stabilizers for both out of the way right now. I don't recall what customer used stabilizer-wise for the space. So those are all clipped. Let's look at our Space 65 real quick. Kapow. None in there. Are they in the box? Or was I supplying them in this case? So there are none in there. Tofu acrylic. Oh, been seriously thinking about buying one. Wait, one of these or a tofu? Yeah, buy the tofu acrylic. That's an easy comparison for me to make. Absolutely buy that one. Like, not even a doubt. Creeping on the stream the other day, buying switches to make some Psychos. Ooh, dude. Yeah, get them Psychos. I understand. Customer, I don't know if you're in the stream. Well, we'll build it. We'll just use some of my own. Customer will have to pay me back for them. I need to check this out for a second. All right, so I guess we won't do that. I just pinged the customer and said, hey, which kind do you want me to use? Checking one other place. Yeah, they're not there. Ruh-roh. No stabilizers. We will build his after. His stabs after. When was the expected date on 8008? I want to say 8K8 was like March, maybe? March or April? Your build is going to be Zyko's Polaris in 8008. Oof. Zyko's are great, man. Mechanics, I support you, man. Get those Zycos. Do it. Oof, dude, MX Browns. Alright, so those are clipped. We'll get them lubed up real quick. All right. It's weird. We did a plate mount thing not that long ago. It's kind of bizarre. I don't like plate mount stuff that much. Neither cherry plate mount or co-star. I mean, obviously I don't like them in terms of their performance as much, but like also I don't like working with them as much as the screw-in ones. Like PCB mount screw-ins. Just better all around. Alpsabs are a lot like co-star, kind of. I like that part that inserts into the keycap more, but I don't like the part that goes into the plate much. Just like I don't like other plate mount options. I mean, just kind of how I feel about it, I guess. Can't wait for your Everglides to come in. Yeah, those work. Yeah, those don't really hold up. Wait, what? No, the Alps or the Everglide? What are my thoughts on Switch films? I feel like they're like a fad that isn't particularly useful on a large number of the switches that we use day to day. So like if somebody contacts me and is like, yeah, I want you to build me a board with Zelios and Switch films, I'll be like, no. Or pretty much any gator on Switch for that matter. I'll just be like, no, I'm not gonna do that. Mostly because they're kind of a pain in the ass when they make the housing so tight that they don't want to go back together, and then on things that already have tight housings, they don't really improve anything, in my opinion. They just make it more likely for there to be issues installing them and stuff like that. So that's my thoughts. They are useful in some cases where they're particularly, like if you had Otemus or something and you're like, yeah, I want to put Switch films on my Otemu skies, I'd be like, you should do that. You should do that. Lalo, nice. Thanks for the follow, man. I really appreciate that. Really, really. Which, by the way, reminds me, anybody who's not already a follower, if you want to follow and see more of my content, please, by all means, do so. Feel free to pop on over to me on YouTube, link down below, and give me a sub there too. I'd love it. Ooh, Mechanics has got it on lock, man. Thank you. Hocus Pocus equals Switch films. Yeah, no joke. You're a Switch film believer. They sound better. Sound test on inks in there. Amazing. Sound better. Tangerines and alpacas make a difference. IMO. I'm not saying that it doesn't make. I'm not willing to go that far, BBB. No. Mechanics is awesome though. So is TSC. I'm not trying to compare my followers / my mod to other people. Anyway. Thank you all for being here. Yeah, I'm not saying that Switch films aren't useful at all. They are. They have their place. I just think that most Switches, they aren't that useful. And they're a pain in the ass. I guess if I charged more to install them, I would feel better about it. Because it's a lot of work, kind of. I don't know. It's not like a ton of work, but it's a lot more work in the lubing process. We are all TSC. Oof. Now TSC is definitely unique and is TSC. Yeah, I don't know. I think in a lot of cases they're overhyped. That's what I feel about Switch films. Now that being said, if you use them, that's your prerogative. That is your prerogative. I don't need quite that much. You should use whatever makes you feel like it's better. Right? Like Band-Aid mod, right? Like some people still really like Band-Aid mod. And there's been some science one way to say, meh, not so great. I don't do it automatically for customers, but I still do it for customers. And I feel like it's still somewhat viable in the right build. But plenty of customers still want that thing. Like when we first started a year ago, we were just doing it on every board. And then I'm trying to remember when it stopped, when I think it was it Mr. Keebs put something out about how it wasn't actually that beneficial. And then like pretty much everybody just stopped. I don't know. Happens. You're gonna take your... Wait, what? It's very finicky to put it on. Going to order your films next week. Yeah, it's time consuming to put the films on individually. Like, I already think that lubing switches is like the least pleasant part of building any board. And so, like, adding extra time to that part is like the least desirable part. And they're kind of like a precise placement of the thing, and then, you know, using tweezers to kind of get it down all flat, and just take some time. But lube is important. Lube is quite important, IMO. Hold on. When do you need to clip your stabs? When do you need to clip your stabs, people? I mean, clip them all the time? Clip them as right before they go in the keyboard. That's the way I feel about it. You don't mind lubing switches, just throw some on some Joe Rogan. That would work. I mean, are you doing... So I tub lube exclusively, so it's not really that crazy. It's still a tedious task, right? So I watch something in the background when I do it frequently. I lubed a bunch of switches before this stream today. After I got back home from my trip. I was wondering where the music went. That's much. There we go. Okay. So yeah, I think that, like I said, films are less necessary. They're not. It's not like lube. Sark, thanks for following, man. I appreciate that. What is the process of tub lubing? You've always just done it with a brush. I'll run you through it real quick. So if you've lubed regular, so here's the deal. Tub lube is going to give you a very consistent application of lube to literally every surface of the stem and the spring, for that matter, and is somewhat wasteful of lube, especially as it comes to springs. But here's what I do. I have more than one set of these, right? I have some others. In fact, this is the one that I was using today for something. So I put my springs in here, and I put my stems in here. And I take a brush, and I paint a bunch of lube on the side of that, the inside, and then I close it up and I rattle them, all the stems together. Same with the springs, although the springs require a little bit more force to get them to all move around. And basically what you get is a pretty even and consistent coating across the surface of your stems and your springs. And it's a lot faster, but it's even. So if you don't want an even coating, i.e. if you want a little bit more lube on the slider rails and a little less on the contact leaf slide or tactile area or linear like area, then you could do that with a brush, and you can't do that with tub lubing. It's just an even amount everywhere. Now it also gets on the cruciform, which doesn't impact the way that keycaps stay on there, which you might think they would, but it's extra mess and it's a waste of lube. You use more lube to get the proper amount. But the way I feel about that is that lube is cheap and time is not. Also, I actually do want a pretty even coating on all those areas, so consistency is good for me. So that's what I target. Now, if you don't feel that way, you can do it a different way. But when I lube for a customer, that's the way I do it. When I lube for myself, that's the way I do it. And you know what? Show up to a meetup sometime that I'm going to be at and come feel the switches on my boards. You know, I mean, people have had good things to say about my lube jobs. People who I respect, who if they said, no, you shouldn't do it that way, it's not as good as this thing, and then I could feel that thing and say, yes, you're right, I wouldn't do it that way. But that's the way I do it. Like, I don't know if any of you guys have felt Straight Classy's work. He lubes switches for people pretty frequently. When we were at SoCal, he was just like, man, this is really good. And then he was like, how do you lube these? And I told him, and he was like, wow. Okay. Well, it feels really damn good. So, you know, I mean, I feel like I'm doing it okay. Not just his opinion, but I mean, people's opinions like that matter to me. And I don't think they'd say it just to, you know, blow smoke. How much 205 grade 0 do you have on, like, here? I mean, this was a half a kilogram. Because that's what this is. This is 205 grade 0. Probably at the rate I build, just this one tub is about a year's worth. Maybe a little more. My rate of builds has kind of increased a little bit recently. Partially why we're doing 2 builds today. But yeah, about a year, a little over a year worth probably. No, I have one more. He has tubs. Nice. Why do you ask, Jordan P? Buckets. Oof, just buckets. I'm not looking to sell lube, if that's what you're asking. What do I use for Zycos? I use 3204, Trebosis 3204. Not 205 grade 0. And I have a bunch of 3204 over there too. And every now and then it'll show up on Switch Mod and I'll buy it there. Buying from Crail, I feel like is a good way to do. So we're getting this lube done for this drop. Sorry, I missed the part of the conversation. So you only tub lube stems, no lube on springs? No, I also tub lube springs. I tub lube both of them independently. I mean, I don't put them all in one container. I put the stems in one and the springs in another. Like these two is what I showed earlier. So, and these already have a coating inside of them. I always use 205 grade 0 for my stems, unless somebody else wants something different. Now, a lot of people use oils. Oils are totally acceptable. In my opinion, that even coating on your springs is actually better, and that extra mass is good. So that's why I prefer it there. Yeah, stems going here. Yikes V2, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate it. I really, really do. Yeah, so, and I'll keep different containers for different purposes. Like I have one that I use for a spray on dry lube for Alps stems, and then one for 205 grade 0, one for 3204. When you're applying 3204 on tactiles, you just do a thin layer and avoid the legs of the stem. I don't avoid the legs of the stem because I tub lube. So I do exactly the same process, just in a tub. So it gets exactly the same amount everywhere, or really, really close to the same amount everywhere. And no, 3204 is easy to not overdo it with. 3203 is even easier though. Stash Builds Boards, what's up, man? How you doing today? How you doing today? Also, I just realized that's backward. There we go. That's better. No, it's not better. How you doing, man? How big is that? It's a 0.5 kilogram. That big. And about that tall. Thoughts on lubing Holy Pandas with 205 grade 0? I don't do that. I use 3204 for Holy Pandas and all tactiles. However, I will say that you absolutely could do a thicker lube with tactiles. It would just be incredibly easy to overdo it. So you typically don't, you want a little bit more tolerance there so you can play around with it. And usually what I'll do is, I used to weigh it out and measure it out exactly every time, so it was exactly consistent. And now what I do pretty much is I put in a pretty minimal amount, what I believe is going to be the minimal. I get it all shaken up in there, and I'll build one switch and I'll test it out, and I'll be like, is that right? Does it need a little more? And then I'll literally take that switch back apart, throw the stem back in the tub, add a little bit more lube if that's what's needed, and throw it back in. The springs I do by sight. When you can see just a tiny little bit coating the spring itself, that's the right amount. And that will prevent that crunch. Bro, that must have been dummy pricey. It was less pricey than you probably think it was, but it was expensive. And I bought 2 of them. Yeah, 3204 and 3203 is what I use. But like I said, you just need to use a smaller amount to get a proper coating. I mean, if that viscosity is less able to apply frictional force, well, not friction, but yeah, friction actually. Friction force to the stem as it slides up and down the housing, then it doesn't matter that it's a more viscous material. So really what it comes down to is having a thinner coating in that case. So that will totally work. However, I recommend against it. I really do, for reasons kind of stated above, or stated previously. It isn't the right tool for the job if you want to get good results every time, unless you're incredibly careful. Like you start with way too little and you always work up to the right amount in tiny steps, because 205 grade 0's viscosity really does kill tactility. And the line between getting smooth actuation and good sound profile without reducing tactility is way closer. It's a way tighter margin with 205 grade 0 because of that increased viscosity. With linears, it matters less, frankly. As long as you're not impeding the ability for the switch to actually actuate, you almost could add more, you know what I mean? Like you could almost add more, in my opinion. But for that type of switch for linears, I actually like it to where it's like the maximum amount of lube. Like, I like it buttery. Now, I have customers that do not, though, and so I try and do a pretty moderate lube job on things, even though it's maybe not my personal preference for linears. I like heavier side, personally. Like these MX Xylants we did today, they were with 3204 because, again, a tactile. Well, sorry, they were with 205 grade 0 because a linear, because MX Xylant. But sorry, the Holy Pandas we did today for this Space 65, those were 3204 for sure because a tactile. And I did a fairly light job on them and worked my way up to moderate. I actually had to add a little bit more. Oof. You use dielectric grease and finish line PTFE for your stabs right now. A lot worse. Is that a lot worse than just using Krytox? I have comments on that. Let me read the rest of those comments and I'll get to that, actually. That's more complex than it sounds. Tub of 205 just showed up from Switch Mod. Here the S75 extras went super quick. It's a really nice board. It is a nice board, and I wish I had gotten one. Nice. Did you build a SAT 75? I haven't built one. I played with one, and they're great. I think I remember berries. I remember. Let me do this one last one. I want to actually touch on no. Okay. All right. Here we go. This is the important part. Let me pull this out real quick. Let me whip this out real quick. Finish line. Dielectric grease. Don't mind the band-aid. My cap broke a little bit. GPL 103, 205 grade 0, some store uni shit, a bunch of 30. This is all 3204 containers. Some 3204, some 3203. I don't use this shit at all. It does a fine job, but the combination, this doesn't. But this does dry out differently. So my heavy recommendation is just use 32 or just use 205 grade 0. But it's, again, a little bit more cost wasteful because those are really cheap and this is not cheap. So there's nothing wrong with those, especially the finish line. The thing is in my opinion, you get better results with 205 grade 0. It's gonna dry out less, like not at all, basically. And it's pretty much going to do exactly what you want it to do. For a couple years, at least. I had dielectric grease on a Topra board of mine and looked at it after not that much time, and I was like, wow. It came that way. And then I put some on there, and I looked at it afterward, and I was like, I don't think I want to use that stuff. I don't like its performance as much. It's consistency over time. I mean, all of my opinions are subject to change with better experience as time goes on. Just like everybody else is as well, right? Like, people were all about band-aids, not all about band-aids. How long can you leave your switches lubed without using them in a board. At all but extreme temperatures with 205 grade 0 or 3204 or 3204, the grease isn't going to move under gravity. It's going to stay. It won't flow. For the most part, in the quantities you're using, at least. That's the other thing with oils. The fluid will move around. So if it's sitting stationary, it might, not work the way you want it to over time. I don't know what to tell you, man. Them's just the brakes. Them's just the brakes. All right, so let's get this drop control apart. We're also gonna need to go grab that shelf liner in just a sec. Yeah, definitely gonna be grabbing some 205. We want our next board to be perfect. I think that you should always strive for perfection, but you should also realize that you're never going to be there. You'll never get there. None of it's perfect. It could always be improved upon. Did I see EO87? Links or it didn't happen? Monday Jason. No. Pop in the link, man. Want your next board to be perfect and without notice. What? Oh, recommend Store Uni. No, I don't. Don't buy from Store Uni. Don't ever. Monday Jason. That is a pretty looking board if you want all that glow. I don't dislike the glow, but I don't love that glow either. So it's a TX board. How did I not see this? How much was it? Man, I should have bought one of these. When does it start? I might be down. It's really inexpensive. $28. Oh, a month. I think I might do it. Might as well. It's $200. It's a good price. I like TKLs and I like TX, and I could definitely be down. It's not really my style, but I don't have much RGB. Honestly, it's like Rukia. What else do I have that has RGB? Nothing. Literally nothing. I have a TX 1800 that isn't built right now, a V2, that has a diffuser, and I guess I have TX 84 SE, which has the like two top glows on the TX logo. But it probably won't when I'm done with it, when I rebuild it, because I'll put an H87 in it. Yeah, the TX87 is better. I have a TX84 and a TX84 SE, so I think I understand. Okay, so there's their diffuser plate and their magnets. And in order to keep those magnets in place, you know what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put its little feet in place to start. If I had known, if I had thought about this, I would have done this in advance. Okay, we'll set that off to the side. We don't need that. Get that out. We haven't tested that board yet, so we're gonna do that before we even do this. I mean, it shouldn't matter because we're not gonna solder or desolder anything to it. Get all that glow. Good switch hitter up. Oh, helps if I pull switch hitter up. Hold on. You get aluminum top plate, acrylic stainless steel, GCP, non-hot swappable, acrylic weight. Yeah, I mean, I'm down. It sounds really good. For the tofu acrylic, I would recommend the On-C. Go to canonkeys.com. Actually, you're gonna have to look and see if it has all the glow you want. I didn't think about that. I think the On-C has glow, right? If it doesn't, just get the DZ60. That's what I built all the ones I built with. I'm actually gonna be building another one sometime soon. And I like building those. They're good boards. Let me get this whole top row. At the bottom row. Now look at this. So we have to clip a bunch of PCB legs too. It's kind of a pain in the ass. I didn't think about that when I built these switches. This is one of my #1 gripes about hot swap boards, is so many of them don't accept the PCB legs, which basically makes you ruin the fucking switches for anything other than the board that they're in. For some applications at least. But that's okay. I already did that one. And then this has to be a function layer, right? Or this one rather. Yeah, color changes. Yeah, okay. So that changed the colors, so that's how we know that was a function switch. It's the AN-C, yeah. Go ahead and look at it. I can't remember. Thought it did. The 1-up is really nice. The 1-up is the one that has hot swap, right? Is that the one you're talking about? Monday Jason. Okay, so this works great. Now I need to look and see something real quick. Okay. They have an oh. Anyway, so yeah, for the other customers board for the Space 65 will be going out of stock. I'll go out of my existing parts to get that done. And then for this, just trying to make sure that I'm look at the build and make sure that I wasn't band-aid modding this board. I don't think I was, and I don't really recommend it for most people nowadays, right? We kind of went over that earlier, but in case the customer requested it, I want to make sure. Okay, good. We're not doing that then. All right. So here we go. I'm gonna do shelf liner on this one though. So we got all this shelf liner goodness going on right here. Whoopsh. By the way, are we all supporting these? Koalas, T1s, and alpaca linears. What are they? Currently gathering interest for the business casual nostalgia. So what are they? Began with alpaca linears. What type of switch are they? Just colors of an alpaca linear? I mean, sure. It's got that Fisher Pricey look to it. I like it. Made by Duroc. I don't have an OSA stash. I have a Rukia though. I do, and I have an LZ, oh my god, trying to think of the LZ, Fang, that's coming up. My brain is totally farting. An LZ Physics. Physics. You guys remember that one? Pretty excited about that. Yeah, the one with arrows. That's gonna be freaking awesome, man. That's what I'm looking forward to. It's more like a 65 Alice, right? Which is better for me, because I don't love 60% anyway. Okay. So now customer wants shelf liner in here. And I need to kind of look at the way that this interacts. And I don't know why we still have that up. That's a mistake. So this kind of sits down in and may not be like a great mix. I mean, you definitely don't want it to go around the edge. Otherwise it could ruin the diffusion. I don't know how good of a fit this will actually be. It's quite possible it will not work. I mean, we will definitely try. Yeah, I have a feeling this will fit in not so great. So what we're gonna do is we'll pop these out. We'll pop the new ones in. So all of these have the little clips that face up. Which is great. The exception of this one where they face down. Okay. The rest of these wires go down. Move that out of the way so you guys can see. Stern. Palm, top housing. Polycarbonate blend bottom. Nylon housing. Oh, palm top housing. Polycarb bot and nylon. No, wait. Oh, the stem. Okay, got it. Stem is palm, which is normal. Top is polycarb, and the bottom is nylon. I feel like a nylon top would have potentially been better. But who am I to judge? I'm down to try them, man. Like, I'm definitely down to get in on enough to build a board with and see if I like them. That's the way I generally feel about things like that. I mean, I'm not planning on going balls deep and ordering like, you know, just like 75,000 of them. Okay, so that fits in. So now let's see if shelf liner is doable. That is a thing that this customer really wanted. I'm not sure there's actually space looking at this. I mean, we can definitely put some in there in the middle, but I'm worried about it flexing up. So yeah, we'll try. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna cut that rough with some scissors. So we'll cut some of that off. Okay. Cool. So there's that. Rough shape. Now, like I said before, it's obviously not going to fit in there just straight up. It's going to have to get cut around the edges. At the very least, even if it fits at all, it very well might not at this point. I don't know why I'm cutting both sides. That's a stupid move. I mean, it won't harm the board, but still, why cut twice where you could just cut once? Yeah, so it's definitely going to have the holes. Okay, well, I guess we'll worry about that in a minute. There's two on this side, though. Okay, so this might actually be about the best we can do, and even that, I'm not 100% sure will work, right? So here's how we'll tell. When we set this down, okay, we're gonna try put it together in just a sec. Yeah, I almost can't tell how it would. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna cut like this much off all the way on this side to allow for the holes here and the holes there. Then we have, okay, some cutouts there that need to be made. So in the end, we may just need to make these little cutout sections in here, which may be the best it gets. Yeah, I have a feeling that's what's going to have to happen. Okay. That's okay. So this is what we're going to do. Okay. Yep, so that's definitely how we're gonna have to do it. Okay. Alrighty then, that's what it has to be to fit it correctly. So that gets the job done, methinks. Okay, let's start over. Let's get this back down. Sorry if it looks like I'm ignoring you guys. Okay, perfect. Now we'll throw these switches in and verify that this works, and then perfect. And it even looks like it seats correctly. Perfect, perfect, perfect. We'll get the screws in. Oh man. Yeah. So sorry that took a minute, guys. Unfortunately, it is what it is. Swab, bruh. How you doing? Okay. All right. Now we get to clip some PCB legs, and we're done. Install them switches. All right. Now here's the MX Xylence. We're not going to need quite all of them. We are going to have to clip them because these switches, this PCB doesn't support the switch legs. So this guy, there we go. So that little plastic bit on both sides, not supported. What up, Mort Cables? How you doing? Nice to see you today. All right. So these are flush mount cutters. Flip these plastic bits off. I'm pretty good. I can't complain. Can't complain. Ooh, and them LEDs. So bright. So before we get all crazy, I'm gonna do the stabilized keycaps. Oh, helps if I clip those ones, huh? How about this? I'm gonna clip these other 4 switches legs. Actually works best if I do this. Sorry, TSC. Yeah, so this is actually a drop control mort. So we are we're rebuilding this drop control. Then we're gonna throw on the then we're gonna do a Space 65 right after. So we also rebuilt soldering iron power supply. Man, today's been a busy day already. Okay, so we're gonna test out all these stabilized keycaps real quick. We're gonna throw modern Dolce on it. What up, Shocks? How you doing, man? No, you didn't miss Space 65. Space 65 is coming up next. Double build tonight, Shocks. That's how we're doing tonight. This is gonna be one quiet board. Yep, sounds good to me. Oh yeah, tinfoil. How did it go? Nice. Glad to hear it, man. Really, I am. So we're gonna put modern Dolce on this bad boy. And we already know what we're putting on the next one too. And it's not my keycap set. Okay. It's weird having these north-facing LEDs. I mean, I know they're in switch, so it doesn't really matter that much. It's just strange having them. Yeah, man. Ooh, building quefrency with orange Alps. Are you building it right now, Shocks? I knew you were going to. I didn't know it was right now. Like presently? Because that'd be pretty sick. Nice. Hello, Shox' friend. I'm Shox' other friend. I hear he has two. At least. I hope you guys are enjoying your build. That actually sounds like a really fun build. I also hear that you got in on a little 75 action going on. Godspeed 75. Congratulations on that. I hope that that group buy goes super well and that you're very satisfied. That's nice. I dabble in friends occasionally. There's a joke to be made there, but I'm not gonna make it. It probably wouldn't be fully appropriate. But I should, yes, true. Yeah, so this is I don't know, man. I've never actually, outside of like seeing one at a meetup, never actually touched a drop control before now. And I don't know. For the price, it's hard for me to say yes, you should get one of these compared to like Tofu 60, right? Like I pretty much can't. Like just get a Tofu 60. It's clearly better. You're currently on the hunt for a 65. Well, this is a good year to be on the hunt for a 65. Maybe you can find somebody who wants to give up their Chimera spot or something. What's your price range? That's Mort Cables. That's a good question, I think. Because a lot of people, or maybe an Iron 165, that would be a really cool board to get on as well. You got a control with serial number 00004. Whoa. Early controller. Going on. Right now. Yeah. I think it's not an amazing board. I think it's a passable board. It's better than it's better than something that has Romer G switches in it. How about that? That's the way I feel about it. But it's not as good as something like by IKBC or something like that for a similar price. Like the IKBC MF87 was all metal, significantly heavier, significantly nicer. Not hot swap, but who cares? I don't know. I'm not a fan of hot swap. I would recommend against. In fact, if you get into the hobby and you're like, yeah, I want hot swap, and then you're in it for a little while, you'll be like, dang, hot swap was a mistake. Let me do away with this nonsense. What up, Flesian? High freeze. Yeah, no joke, huh? Yeah. That's the way I feel about it, Flesian. It's just like mediocrity at its most medium. And if I got into keeps for that, then I would have just stayed with, well, you know, MF108. Or Ducky Shine. That's the way I feel about it. You had one and sold it. Yeah, man, I mean, don't blame you. It's like me with that Cura hot swap. Dropped that in a hot minute. I was like, oh, this is not good. Mediocrity at its most meh. Yeah. Well, that's pretty much it. I'm trying to think of like what boards realistically compete with this. So there's a board that competes very directly with this board, and it is the glorious modular mechanical keyboard, and I would say that price-wise, value-wise, it beats it. Now it comes in significantly lower priced, but it does just outright beat it. Like in terms of value. Now it's not that much higher. It's not higher quality, but it's not that much lower quality either, as far as I can tell. I don't know. I gave away both of my GMM case. I owned 2 of them. One of them I just bought to give away, and the other one I bought to have hot swap and test new switches, and then realized that it's dumb. Just build whole cubes worth of them. Oops. Actually been debating on desoldering an Pro 2 and using it in a build because you love the bottom. Pictures, tap shift, control, alt, delete, and axis arrows. I mean, couldn't you get that same functionality though with any QMK board? Tap shift, control, delete. I mean, I feel like you could program that functionality in with QMK. Pretty sure you can. I mean, I don't know. You can program in a lot of functionality if you want. You can make it do a lot of other things too, though. Yeah, my advice, definitely stick with something that runs QMK. And as tempting as it may be for other developers to want to do something other than QMK, if you just use the thing that everyone else is using, that you can forge into whatever it is you want it to do or want it to be, then you know, everybody else gets to use your stuff the way they want to use it, instead of some Apple-esque, like, you're gonna have the experience I want you to have kind of thing. Man, I guess we're slamming Apple today, aren't we? Earlier we were talking about the right to repair Louis Rossmann stuff. Well, we were talking about Louis Rossmann, which led us to talking about right to repair. And now, big F you, Apple, for trying to make me have the experience you want me to have. I'll go buy somebody else's experience. You're gonna go for a bit. You'll be back. See you soon, tinfoil. Don't miss the Space 65. That's coming up. Coming up momentarily. Throw keycaps on this bad boy. Make sure everything works. Get a going with that board. Are creams worth the hype? Creams are pretty cool. They have some flaws. They're a little looser than I would want them to be, but if you might really like the sound. And they're pretty smooth for linears. They're pretty smooth. I honestly, though, would still go with Telios, which are more expensive, but are pretty good, or Gateron inks. Just my 2 cents. UHMW stems inside of cream housings feel odd. So if you want this weird, like, leathery kind of thing that we talked about on the last stream, actually, where I was explaining coefficient of static versus kinetic friction and how the materials used in those stems and housings make for an oddity, an upset there, as it were. Anyway, if you want that weird feel, that could be kind of cool, I guess. I guess it depends. Like, here's my real question when people ask me questions about, like, is this the thing to do? And it's like, well, it's a thing to do. Are you trying to build your end game perfect keyboard, best thing ever? Because if so, that might not be the right choice, unless you want this specific quality. Hey, Rez, thanks for the new follow. Appreciate that, man. Hope that you enjoy the content. Yeah, so basically, if you're trying to build like an end game, like this is the perfect keyboard for me, there are some tried and true targets that I would go for, right? Probably trying something like Novel Keys Creams or whatever are not up your alley. Actually really like Zelios, just love the bump at the top of the stroke, but you're going to be doing a lot of typing, so you're thinking linears. Why? What makes the lot of typing you're about to do seem like it would be better with linears? Like it'd be less tiring or something somehow? I don't think that's the case. You actually really, yeah, I think that basically you're not going to really hit the fatigue point that way. Yeah, what's going to make you fatigue is if you're bottoming out all the time, or generally speaking, or if you're just typing on really heavy switches and your fingers can't, the muscles and tendons in your hand can't really keep up with that, aren't accustomed to it. So one thing, if you're going to be typing a ton, might be to like go with a slightly lighter switch. If you're moving from rubber domes, just the move over is going to help, because you don't have to bottom out every time, but it's definitely going to be a learning curve where you learn not to bottom out all the time. Yeah, if you really like tactiles, don't build a linear board as like the go-to board for you to do something on, right? Stick with the thing that you know you like. It's going to give you a more pleasant experience overall. Maybe go with something a little lighter than whatever you're typing on now, if you think that you'll get fatigued typing on whatever you're typing on now. There's really no 100% way around that, though. If you type a lot, you'll experience fatigue. It is still a repetitive action, right? You know, focus on making sure that your wrists are at the right angles. Get wrist rest if that's what you need. Raise or lower your desk if that's what you need. Focus on making sure you know how to type correctly if your speed is low or whatever. You're typing with the correct hands. Things like that will help you. The other thing you can do that most people don't think about, if you know you'll be typing a lot and you're worried about that kind of repetitive stress, typing works out your flexor muscles a lot. Those are the muscles that run down here, that attach back here, wrap around and flex and pulls those tendons, right? So a lot of people work their flexor muscles a bunch and never work their extensor muscles. That's the muscles up here that do the opposite, that pull your hands out this way. So they make devices that are fairly cheap that literally all you put your fingers in these holes and all you do is, and don't overdo it, right? Because those muscles aren't very strong. Read the instructions, do it right. Start with very light, right? They come with like a group of rubber bands. Start with one. And then you stack them and you add more, but don't work up to a lot. You can flex all of them all at once, but you don't want to hurt yourself or cause repetitive stress the other direction. So, you know, just do exactly what it recommends. And just do that every day. Or every couple days, as a workout routine for the muscles that balance out the muscles that you're working all the time anyway, right? Work these muscles out a little bit and you'll probably see a change. I experienced this thing where I was lifting heavy barbells frequently, and my grip strength became the limiting factor for a while, right? I couldn't grip as much weight as my other muscles could literally lift. I couldn't hold on to it with my arms. And so one of the things that I did, because I didn't want to do a bunch of flexor muscle workouts, that's like hard, right? The best way would be to just keep lifting weight until like eventually your flexors are strong enough to do it. And what I would do is I would just add in some extensor muscle exercises, which unfortunately require specialized workout gear, but are fairly easy to get and fairly cheap, like 20, 30 bucks, 40 bucks maybe. What's up, Deli? That would be my recommendation. If you're going to be typing a lot and you're worried about RSI, more than even our awesome hobby, although absolutely get the keyboard you want. Get something that's going to type well. Put your wrists in the correct orientation, but don't fail to work out the complementary muscles to the ones that you'll be using, which basically never get worked out for most people and are why a lot of people experience carpal tunnel and other RSI related to typing or gripping things. Anyway, this drop control is built up, man. Now we're gonna move on pretty much. I'm gonna throw keycaps on here and then we're immediately gonna move into, well, I'll do a little bit of sounds. I'm not gonna do a full typing test on it until the end, but I will mute the music and then I will mute the music and let you guys hear what it sounds like in case the customer's in the chat listening. Or you guys just want to hear the fruits of our labor, because these are MX Xylants. And they should be fairly quiet. The only sounds you should hear at all would really come from the stabilizers when they bottom out on the plate if you really smash down on this thing. Bean lover, 50 Shades of Grey. Yeah, no joke, huh? Labor fruits. Yes, TSC, yes. Yep, and I'm not even using the accents. I'm literally just throwing moto on here. Yep, the stabs have been changed. Stabilizers in this board have been switched over. And lubed. But you'll still hear a little bit of sound as they bottom out. They've been clipped, they've been lubed, the whole deal. I would guess that you'll still hear just a tiny little bit. Not of rattle, but of sound as if you really smash down on it as the thing flexes and the PCB touches the bottom of the insert. Under normal typing, I would guess that it won't be very loud. But it should be pretty silent of a board. Okay. Bingo bango. Oh, look at that. It actually looks great. All right, guys, go to this view. Whoosh. Over the shoulder. Oh. Looks good. We'll pull this down. Let you guys hear what it sounds like. Get a little switch hitter reaction going. Actually, not much, because this is a non-stabilized switch, right? And then as a real quick, you know what we will do? Oh, actually before we do any of that, let's do a switch hitter. Nope, not that. This. Switch hitter. We'll do this. Boom. And then obviously that changes things. Okay, we'll do this. Maybe? Oh yeah, okay, there it is. We'll do this real quick with good sound here. Bad. Okay, whatever. Boom. Okay, we'll reset that and we'll get rid of that. So there you go. That's how quiet it is. A lot of bottom end coming off the table. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm smashing almost directly against it. It's pretty hard mounted. We've got some material in here, some shelf liner, but it's really in the sections between the diffuser where it can fit that pushes against the plate. It can't go against the whole bottom. It's not like just one sheet. So it's in between each of those and two sheets of those to stack up to prevent any rattly sounds, which you don't get any of. You guys couldn't hear it at all. Anyway, we are going to reset this. Sorry. Yep. So yeah, Swabra. It's good, man. Look at it. I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what it does. Anyway, what I do know is now we've built this board, it's getting out of the way, and we're gonna move on to Space 65. So, for anybody ready for Space 65, raise your hand, because here we go. Because here we go. Here we go. Made with Love by Air Potter. Yeah, Deli. I know you're ready. Unbox this bad boy. Got our Gray Studio PCB here. Oh, sorry about that. Got our Gray Studio PCB here. Got the little back plate dealy there. Got our bump-ons. Bigger bump-ons? These feel like bigger bump-ons. We can go to over the shoulder. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Come on out of there. Oh, it is bump-ons. Spacers. I don't remember what these are. Oh, diffuser. This must be the diffuser. Okay. A little Allen key there. More of those. Space. Get out of here. Space 65. Go back to this. Your diffuser action going here. Oh, having a hard time focusing there because of all the contrast, the lack of thereof, at least. Anyway. So this is our weird, hard to assemble. So we got our feet here. Question I wonder about is, which one of these do we put in? Get him silver or leave in the black? I don't know. Customer, if you're watching, should definitely hit me up and let me know. Jeez, this is a beautiful board and I want one. This is nice. Very nice. Okay, well, let's get going with pulling it apart. Modern Dolls would look awesome on this. I mean, we just used it over there. I'm sure white on black would look good on this, but customer already provided a keycap set for this, and that's what we're going to use. So this one isn't up for debate or suggestion. Peanut gallery. JK lol. And we're using Holy Pandas. All right. Let's get the case apart so we can get the plate out. Is it a number 2? What size is it? I don't know what size it is, but this one works. I'm just messing with UTSC. Now this one's going to come apart into many sections. This one has this insert. with the magnets. Keep it in place. Snaps right back in. And then of course we lost our little doodaderific thing here. Our little side diffuser. That way. That's the way. That one. Yes, that one. Which should line directly up with these side LEDs. So that'll go something like this. And then there's an engraving on the inside here that you guys can't really see that well. I don't think you'll be able to see it at all. Maybe the over the shoulder can. You see that right there? I don't actually know what it says. Expensive 65% insert game. Yeah, no joke, man. It's not as nice as the Jane V2 insert, but it is pretty nice. For real. Oh, realsies. Okay, so let's get this plate out. So these are the outer case stuff. I love that it uses the same size screw head everywhere. Means you only need one tool, and it uses something that's compatible with the notch set. The notch set that everyone uses for this kind of thing. It does. It does kind of deli. Or shocks. Yeah, you're both right. I really don't know what it is, but it's pretty. It's so pretty. All right. All right. So now we're done with this doodad. Doodaderific. And again, customer didn't provide stabs, so we're going to use some out of our stock. This polycarb goodness. How do I feel about Zeal's new clickies? I haven't played with them at all. I'm down to try. Definitely down to try. So the other thing we're going to do here, before we get too far ahead of ourselves, so I do wish that there was a little bit more slack in this. In fact, you know what? That's a ridiculous amount of tension. Like, there's no good way to cut that along the line that the strip goes, so we're just going to do it that way. Comes with this sideboard pre-soldered. You can see it's got a lip on both sides because it's actually a PCB. We're going to test it out really quick. Okay, and we will click onto here. Oh, I didn't get switch hitter up for you guys. This is not working so far. Ruh-roh. There's something I need to know about this PCB? Ruh-roh. This looks like a dead PCB. Maybe? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out now, I think. Not even a little bit. Completely undetected. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna try all those things. Hold on. I have like a USB Explorer tool. We just had the drop control, and this is a Google cable that's in really good condition. I can use this cable. Okay. My USB view tool. Oh. Why does it not like that cable? That's weird. We were just using that cable. Well, I'm happy that that's the case, but it's still odd. Yeah, I would be like super in pain. That would be like a massive bummer. No, I mean, it wasn't that close. We were definitely gonna try all the things. That's a really good cable though. It is plugged into a US 3.2 Gen 2 port though. So it's very possible that this board does not like those. I can't remember if this board is... I think it's QMK compatible, right? Is it VIA? Oh. Testing all of the bottom row compatibility. This is got to be a function layer, which we'll test in a second. Obviously function layer, because this thing started doing something different. If we're done with that. Alrighty then. Yeah, that's really bizarro. Like, I have seen issues with USB 2 Gen 2 things before. Now that we know that thing works, I'm fairly happy with it. Okay. So we'll get these stabs all lubed and tuned up. So we didn't decide what we're going to use because customer didn't provide stabilizers. We didn't know about it until just now. He said, just use, whatever you think is good. Specifically, he said, use whatever you think is best. Which, that's a hard one, right? I mean, so many good options. I want to look at Space 65 layout. I think it's probably only one bottom row, right? Looks like one. No, it obviously supports more than one. But we're gonna go as close to ANSI as we can because that's how I put everything out. Ooh, deli, zeal or die. Okay, man. All right. Problem with zeal is I only probably have the 1625U wire. I do. And that scares me. I don't know if I want to give up my only zeal 6.25U thing. I mean, I do have Duroc stuff here too. And I have GMK. I don't know, man. Duroc, not too bad. Like, all of these options are good and viable. I also have C3. What do you guys think about what do you guys think about these stabs in general? Yeah, Durocs are good. I played with them. I built with them before. Recently. They're definitely good. Alright, so Deli's vote sounds like it's zeal. I'm tempted not to use my very last 625 zeal. I mean, I have Duroc ones that would obviously work. I'm gonna order more zeal stuff soon anyway. I mean, if this were mine, I would use these black ones. The gray Durocs. So if I'm correct, this comes with an extra wire and so 8 total stabs, right? So he needs 4, which would leave me with not enough to do one of my boards with them. All right, Deli. Convinced. We're doing zeal. We're just doing zeal. That's just all there is to it. Zeal, here we go. I mean, zeal is the best, but it's painful, right? Because basically for customer, it means $42. Oof. For just stabs, right? Because it's $30 for the zeal kit. Yeah, I know. Oh, I know. He said use the best and just add it to the end, which is what I'm gonna do, but I'm always trying to weigh, like what it's gonna take for the customer and, you know, the whole deal. All right. Fine. Here we are. This is what we're doing. We're doing zeal. We're doing zeal, guys. Gosh. It's just, you know, it's a lot. It's $42, right? For just stabs. If you're ordering switches at the same time, totally reasonable, because it's $30 on top of whatever else you're ordering. Not a lot, Bean Lover. Not a lot, but they have the track record too. I mean, I agree with you. Deli, you're preaching to the choir on that one, man. Like, I fully agree with you. There's not even a doubt about it. Not even a doubt. I fully agree with that sentiment, right? If you're gonna do this thing, you just do it right. Right, so he's got 1, 2, 3, 4. Get over here. Wait. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right. Zeal's made. The choice has been made. It's Zeal. Yeah, Deli's probably right. It's gonna be the QC. That's where you'll find the difference. Tatojang, you seem to have missed the double feature. So the other board was tuning up a control, which we did. And I will gladly show you. Hard-learned life lesson. It's expensive to be cheap. You're not wrong, Mort. You're not. Okay, we're convinced. So I'll show you the control real quick. This is what board number 1 was, sir. Board number 1. Double featured. MX Xylence. It's wonderful, man. I like it. Not really. I mean, I like it for what it kind of is. I don't love it compared to like this board or this board or any custom TKL I have. I think it's okay though. And if you really want hot swap, you really want an option now, and you're willing to spend 60% more on a board that gets you 0% more functionality, but looks ever so slightly cooler than a GMMK, then that's probably an okay board. But in that price range, in that segment, I actually believe that the best option is to go to KBD Fans and buy something from them. Also, I don't love the, personally, I don't love the floating keycaps look. Again, though, if you do, there's only so many options, and that's not a bad one. I don't know. I won't say that I absolutely hate floating keycaps. I don't think they're utter trash. They're just not my style, right? Preference is preference. And some people like them, some people don't. I feel like most people don't, in the hobby at least. Though most regular folk might. Do I know if Zeal V1 versus V2 housings got tighter? I actually don't know if the housings got tighter. I think everybody said they did. I have some Zeal V1 switches, and they don't seem less wobbly or more wobbly either way. So I don't think that there was a significant difference, though the molds did change, so it's very possible they did. Zeal QC is good, man. Duroc stuff is good, though. I can't tell a significant difference between it one way or another, or even a noticeable one. I mean, we noticed some visual, like the inserts, which you can't see here. Can't wait till my microscope comes, okay? I can't wait till my effing microscope arrives. In fact, I'm gonna check on its status right now, and I'll tell you guys how long until you should expect a microscope on my stream. I'll tell you. Maybe. That doesn't seem like... This is it. Yeah, okay. Tracking number. Okay, so as of right now, I see that it should be here by February 4th. So on February 5th, we should be doing a stream. That's 1 week from today. You should have a microscope on stream. What board are we actually building a week from now on February 5th? I'll tell you guys that too. So on February 5th, we'll be building an AliExpress Philco, which, like a Philco board going into an AliExpress case, which won't give you great visuals. We won't be using Zeal stabilizers, so you won't be able to see the awesome lube job all close up like that. But after that, we will be building a rain, and the rain will be built with, what stabilizers are we using there? I don't remember. I don't know. I don't remember. Either way, we will show off the microscope. That will happen. You guys will see it. I'm okay, Deli. I'll take your word for it. On what boards are you talking about specifically? On what switches, rather? It does change sound a little bit, for sure. I don't know if it's for better or for worse, but it does change it a little bit because it does change the tension the switch is under. But what switches does it make feel less wobbly? Bean Lover 425. I am a tactile guy, but linears weren't even in second place running. I like clickies more than I like linears, but I do realize that most people don't, and that they're crazy annoying to anyone around you, so I mostly don't build boards with clickies. I have a Blue Alps build, and I'm probably going to build my HBCP polycarb purple board with amber NOS whites or similar Alps. I don't know. Those are my thoughts. Mort Cables, thanks for following. And anybody else, if you're new or you're not following yet, please go ahead and follow, man. It doesn't hurt. Go ahead and turn on the bell. You know, you'll get notifications and stuff if you want, or don't if you don't want. I don't turn the bell on for most people. The other thing that you could do that would really help out is head on over to YouTube. The link is down below. Just click on my YouTube thing and give a sub. It helps a lot more than you think. Anyway. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. So, I'm really curious. I really want to know about the switches, right? Like, oh, you say, okay, you did. Okay, so I've just seen switches where it consistently makes the sound better, IMO and wobble. So loose switches, absolutely, I agree with you, man. The wobble gets better, but switches that are already tight, like most Gatoron housings, for instance, like they get really tight. I feel like it doesn't help them wobble wise. With all different switches on Discord, and you can let me know. Okay, do it, man. I will pay attention, Deli. I'm willing to have my mind changed. Favorite budget-friendly clickies. Easy, easy, easy. Favorite MX clicky the end. Favorite modern production MX clicky the end. Box navies. Kale box navies, and they are budget-friendly. Thoughts on any of your linear stems? The ultra high molecular weight polyethylene thing, right? Yeah, is that what we're talking about? I mean, if that's what we're talking about, I don't know. I haven't used them yet. I've played with them in other people's boards, and they feel great. But I haven't had a board with them that I use regularly yet. You think they sound better than the original palm stems? Or they feel and sound better? I would guess that they feel better but not sound, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I haven't tried it. Really? Am I the only one? No, that's not true. Nathan Kim loves Blue Alps and likes White Alps and Amber Alps. He used to game on an Alps board. Yeah, but he also just likes them. I've talked to him about it. He's definitely Alps Clickies fan. But I mean, he likes like high-tech clickies too, like Space Invaders. Have you tried the Novel Keys Kale Box Thick Clicks? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The box navies are a thick click switch. And yes, I like them a lot. You modded your Telios with GAT Yellow Springs, MCG 129, which I think is pretty heavy, and switch films. I like a fairly heavy lube job on linears, I will say. I like heavier lube in general, but when you heavy lube linears, I think that just the buttery smoothness is freaking awesome. And Deli, I know you, I think you know, am I wrong? What I'm talking about? I'm trying to think of all of boards I built for you. Why you use switch film? Who made that video? Yeah, we're not going to play that right now. Okay, we will come back to that later. We will, in fact, come back to that, Deli. Jades versus navies. Navies. Jades are good. Navies are better. IMO. Navies basically click more. That's the difference. They have a deeper, thicker click. Jades are closer to a traditional click sound than navies. If you've ever touched Alps Ambers, box navies are really close in terms of sound and, well, not too far off in feel either, honestly. Sorry for hammering me. What about pale blues? Pale blues. I like pale blues more than I like jades. Shocks, if you're still in here, feel free to tell him your thoughts on him. I think pale blues are one of his more liked clickies. The stem, if you measure, is smaller than most others. Yeah, I haven't measured. Yeah, but regret them. Would have preferred tactile. I can't hate on that. Clickies are fairly loud and slightly obnoxious to people that aren't the person typing. Even the person typing, you might get annoyed by them, potentially. I don't know. That's when you just switch to another keyboard, in my opinion. How's your guys' build coming, by the way? You guys are probably done. Or thereabout. With that Q-frency. I love Alps builds. They're always exciting. There's always something to troubleshoot or drama to deal with. Keyboard drama, oh my god. My Alps require work. Still soldering diodes. Oh, that's right, it's a Q-frency. Forgot. Soldering them diodes. Oh, here's the thing I did notice about Zeal stabs and Duroc stabs. So, Zeal stabs, when you go to build them, the hole that the wire goes through, the wire just barely fits in, and sometimes you need to push through a little, like, maybe internal sprue or something like that. Like some flashing. Whereas on the Duroc stabs, I didn't get that. So they must actually be slightly looser. At least inside this insert. So that is a noticeable difference. I just felt it with the tip of this brush, and I was like, that's right. When I built with Durocs, I didn't have that. And I commented on it when I did it too. So stuck between like Zelios or Box Royals, or just going with navies or box pinks. I don't know, I'm at the point where I'm just on Novel Keys browsing. All right, man, take this advice and, oh man, it's pretty universal at this point, and it goes back to what we said earlier, right? If you're gonna, like, spending less sometimes means, or sometimes more expensive in the end. And just do the thing right. If you're building a custom and it's a nice keyboard, put nice switches in it. And I am telling you right now that those Zelios are better than those Box Royals, and those Box Royals are better than any of those other switches that you talked about. Unless you really like clicky. If you really want a clicky board, then box navy is the way to do. Like if you really want a clicky board, like I like clicky more than linear, but I'm more likely to build a linear for myself than more clickies. Well, to be fair, I have built myself a clicky board or two and have I currently have no modern linear board builds, but I do have Telios lubed and ready to roll for when I get around to it. So I have built myself clicky boards, more than one, and have not built myself linear boards. However, at this point, I am way more likely to build a linear board than I am any clicky for myself. And my clicky boards mostly don't get use. The one with Alps Blues has spent a fair amount of time up on this desk. Buy the Zelios. Buy the Zelios. Holy Pandas are great too, but Zelios are, unless you're willing to buy both and make Zycos out of it, buy the Zelios. I am on. I love it. TSE, thank you for the bang Zycos command. Oh, come on. Yeah, see, I just got that with that Zeal stab right there. Yeah, they're really good. Holy Pandas are great. I like Holy Pandas. Zelios are slightly more refined. Zelio V2s, of course, we're talking about here. Pro tip, when you go to buy your Zeal stabs, if you think that you're going to build both boards with 6.25U stabs and with 7U stabs, buy the combo kit where you get one of each. Save yourself on some future shipping. Spend a little bit of money up front, but then, you know, then again, that's how you end up with like hundreds of dollars in excess stabilizers like I have. Where you're like, I don't want to have to make more orders and spend more $12 shippings. Why don't I just buy several extra sets of stabilizer? Which is dumb because like I buy parts occasionally on behalf of customers. So I could just sneak my orders in with theirs. I don't know if that's disingenuous. I think I'd need to split the shipping with them, but like sneak my orders in with them. That has actually happened once where I split the shipping with a customer for Zeal order, but it doesn't normally happen. Mostly because I just stay so high over because I order a bunch all at once. Are Silence just silent Zelios? There is no such thing as just we silenced this switch. So not quite. They attempt very, very strongly to be just the thing you're talking about. In my opinion, they do not succeed. You do sacrifice some quality of the tactility or the silencing. Mostly the downstroke feel. like when it bottoms out. With V1 Silence, it was much more noticeable. Custom keyboards are supposed to sound good and not silent. Yes, Deli, I agree with you, sir. I wanted silence so bad, and they were one of the first switches I ever built with. One of, not the. I have an IKBC MF108 in my closet. It's actually not in my closet, it's sitting in a box in my bedroom because I had to get into my closet recently, but it's in there. And it has V1 Silence in it, and I had to like clip the legs, you know, to get it to work in that PCB, which is a massive bummer. Look back at the board we just built for an explanation. But yeah, womp womp. I was not happy with the board when it was built. I mean, I wasn't unhappy with it, but like, it's just disappointing. The sound is better. So the sound is better and the feel is better on Zelios by Zelios. Especially if you're the person who was just talking about getting clicky switches. Get the sound. That's my 2 cents. I guess you've gotten that, my 2 cents, a couple times, so it's like my 4 or 6 cents, but whatever. What do you think about building, out of curiosity? Like, what base board are you using? Okay, stabilizer's lubed. What lube is this? This is Krytox. We're not gonna need this again for today. Oh. GPL 205 grade 0. Sorry, I want it to all flatten out. Since I tipped it up, some will have swished in there. Yeah, I had MX Blues for a while on a Ducky and liked them. I do enjoy clickies, but getting into programming, I'm weary on getting clickies. Yeah, and if you're around other people with your keyboard, clickies are not very good. Because they'll drive other people crazy like nothing. You know you want 65. Might try to just get a KBD fans. Do it. Do it. KBD 67 or Tofu Acrylic 65. You can get keycaps that'll fit with it. Always wanted to try MX Silence. How do they compare to Silent Inks? I don't know. I don't have any both right here. I don't have both right here to compare. They felt really good. I can say that. Silent Inks feel really good too, though. Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are not Xylent V2s. Those are MX Xylents. So those are Zelio housings, and they are V2 Zelio housings. Usually people use V1, but those are V2. And then they have Cherry MX Silent Black stems in them. Do I have some on the clicky bit? I do not. Do I have Xylent? A Xylent V1? Yeah, this is a Silent View 1, I think. It's definitely... Yeah, this is a Silent View 1. Box Pale Blue. Box Navy, probably I'm gonna go with. Yep. All right, here we can do a sound comparison. And here's a Zelio V2. Okay. This is not a great test, but it's a test. Check it. Zelio, you're like 2 inches from the mic, so it's going to be pretty loud. This is Zelio V2. I'll move it back actually to about 4.5. Zelio V2, Silent V1. Box Pale Blue, Box Navy. Pale Blue, Navy. There we go. All right, play the music again. 65%. You need 70 switches. Correct. I mean, with Zeal, you're gonna need to order 70 switches. Yes. Oh, Flasian, are you joking, man? Man, I was just looking at, somebody posted a Go XLR for 350 bucks, like really new looking. And I almost bought it yesterday and like it disappeared instantly off eBay. I was like, if I buy this right now, I'm gonna get probably a Rode Pod mic and then I will wait a while and get an SM7B. I'm using an AT 2020. Dude, so jelly right now. So jelly. So jelly. But what you gonna do, right? Okay, so we're gonna pull out customers keycap set. So I make sure I get my bottom row right. Bink, 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 bink. Get this, sucker. So we're gonna need this and this. So it's branch pull merge, status fetch clone stash. I don't actually care what order they go in. And we're not gonna need to use all of them. Obvi. But we should get to use 2 125s, 3 125s, and then 2, right? I have that feeling we go right here. believe that's the case. I really love it when people, yeah, I get the combo pack. You'll find out. Get the combo pack. This is definitely, in my opinion, the better move. Okay, so rightmost, rightmost, rightmost. Okay. It's all rightmost and all leftmost. And our stabilizer is in the correct location. Cool. I know that looked funky, but trying very hard to make sure we're in the right place. So that is the correct stab location. Okay, let's screw that bad boy in. Do I have keycap sets? I want to sell. No, I'm sorry, man. Combo pack, yeah, free shipping. There you go, man. So you're spending $20 more to save 12, so it's like net $8 more. Totally better deal, right? It usually works out that way. IMO. In my experience, actually, not in my opinion. Yeah, sorry, man. I don't really want to get rid of any of my sets. Like, the one set that I use the least is, or that I care about the least, is GMK Calm Depths, probably. And that matches a board that I have. So it's on there. It's weird, like I'm usually right about like which stabilizer insert location is the right one. I just like I don't want to be wrong and figure it out after we get to test fitting everything on the assembled board. So I just like assemble it, which is probably more time consuming than going the other way around, but whatever. I just want it to be right. I'm sure I could be more efficient doing it the other way. You like Dolch on Zeal's website. Yeah, the thing is it's not for sale, right? It's only part of the kit. I think on his website he sells like he sold the kit and he's got some extras for like space bars or something weird like that or something, right? I think that's the way that that works out. Oh, you're talking about like Ocean Dolch or something. Does Zeal have that on his website? There's a GB on GMK Copper and Kono, or on Kono. Yes, correct. And Kono and Copper looks cool. It's funny because if I look back at all of the sets that I bought, like some of the ones that I love the most or like are the most spectacular ones are ones that were sold through Kono, but they're the vendor that I least like buying through because of their communication. Basically, I think they're bad at communicating. Shots fired, I guess, but truth. And there's this like this echo chamber that exists sometimes in the keyboard community, and that's not one of them for me. I don't know if other people outwardly criticize them for that thing or not, but I do. I think it's bad. I like them, and I like kind of what they're doing in some ways, but I don't like that they can't manage to have a group by time. They've done it so many times that, like, by this point, you're like, just, you know, estimate it 2 or 3 months later than you do, and then you'll be probably right. I mean, if you look at Dixie, he manages to pretty much nail it or come close. And then if it's gonna be late, communicate why and what's going on and what's going on, like what people can expect. They need to manage people's expectations better. Really what it comes down to. Perfect. Okay. Here we go. Get a few anchors in. Alrighty. We got all sorts of switches in there, and it just like boom, right in. Okay. Get this out of the way. Get these all out of the way. This stuff, this thing. Sorry, I didn't catch up there. Yeah, okay. You're looking at GMK, but more relatively soon. Maybe check out Originative. Yes, I agree with that. I agree with you. That's not a bad idea. Or Mech Market. Mech Market's your best bet, but prices will be inflated. You're just trying to get a general theme of a board down, so keycaps are coming in as huge as everyone knows. Okay, so here's a good idea. Figure out what your theme is, what GB you want to jump in on. Buy an EPBT set that's available now. Or something on Mech Market that's available now. Then, wait, use your EPBT set, fall in love with your board, then throw that set on there and get what you want. Okay, so here we go, boys and girls. Boom. $390C, let it boom, and then it'll be like, oh yeah, here we go, buddies. Oh yeah, and that definitely heated up faster. I like that. Okay. And here we go. Oh, here we almost went. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, guys. This has more power. There is no joke about this. This is not that fancy. In fact, this is a good iron to buy if you're just getting into the hobby. Yeah, now that we upgraded this, if you guys watched the beginning of the stream, you'll know that we're using a new power supply with this, other than the one that it came with, because the one that it came with could only deliver 40 watts maximum, and this is a 65 watt iron. And we're running it right now with something that can deliver way more power than it can take, and is running at its maximum rated voltage, which is 24 volts DC. And I was complaining on my Sunday stream about, that was the first time I was using it, it didn't seem to be keeping up with what I expected out of it. And now it solidly is. Solidly is. Still looking forward to getting that Pace ADS 200, which is twice the power of this nearly. And it's supposed to have incredibly accurate incredibly high thermal stability with incredible tip accuracy. But this will suffice as my portable iron of choice.
Transfer complete.
Hey, Mechs on deck. Thanks for that raid, guys. Thanks for those 32 viewers. I appreciate that, guys. Check this out, guys. Chewy, if you're paying attention, look at this. Yeah, new iron. Chewy and Osiris. What up? Metal Chuck, how you doing, man? TS 100, man, I did it. I'm still waiting on my Pace ADS 200 though, so it's not like this is a permanent solution. This is for now, and it's going to become my portable iron. Because I do need that. Delaphin, thanks for the follow. And anybody else, if you're not following and you'd like to, please go ahead and click that button. Then pop on over to YouTube and give a sub there if you would. That'd be super awesome. All right, so all our anchor switches pretty much soldered in. Okay, I'm pretty stoked about this. This iron is working so well now. Yeah, Delaphin, that's awesome, man. Thanks for that follow, for real. It is a sweet iron. It is a sweet iron. We're soldering at 390C. Yeah. And this is a Space 65, by the way. So this is the second board of our double feature tonight. So there we go. Let's get the rest of these snapped in and get going. Hold on, get up there. Hey, Chris Tomp, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate that. Man, holy pandas are so tight always in like everything. Failboat, thanks for that follow. I appreciate that. How was the Mechs on Deck stream tonight, by the way? I started really early, so usually I get to catch the very beginning of them before I go live. But today I'm doing this double feature. Ant Sweatpants. What a nice name. Thanks for the follow, man. So normally I get to watch the beginning of their stream before mine starts, because I usually start about 30 minutes after them. And no such luck tonight, because I started a couple hours before them. We've been doing our build for a while. Well, we've done more than one thing. We soldered a new power supply, cable, and we used a new power supply and soldered on a new cable for this soldering iron right here that we're using. Plus, we took apart, tuned up a drop control, got it all ready to roll. Yes, these holy pandas are lubed. I lubed them with 3204, my friend, and they feel great. We did a light to moderate lube job on them, so no tactility loss really, but they feel a little smooth, which is fantastic. I'm pretty excited about it. I hope customer is too. And this board looks so good, man. God, these holy pandas. So tight, holy pandas. So yeah, as a result of me not being able to even see the beginning of the stream tonight, I know nothing about what was going on there. I'm sure the Mechs on Deck guys are busy right now, but if you guys end up popping in, let me know what happened, how you guys liked it. Was it a great stream? Love watching those guys' stream. So good. Legitimately one of my favorite streams out there to watch. Jeff Lefford, talking with drifting bunnies. Oh man, I like that guy. Still bummed that I didn't get in on Austin. Good stream. It's good to hear about the Battle of Keycap group. Yeah, so when are the extras again? I am trying. I absolutely want in. I know that I was told when. My plan actually was to... Oh no! Raffle right now. Did I join already? Hold on. Link, Jeff, please link. Oh my god, link. Link for how to get in. I'm trying to remember if I actually already jumped in on anything. The last time I paid attention to it was a while ago. I'm extraordinarily bad at paying attention to things that I should obviously be doing keyboard group by wise. Then again, I have been incredibly lucky to like know cool people who let me get on private group buys of things, but I cannot count on that for all the things for sure. And then customer did not say, so we are doing stepped caps because his keycap set supports it, and it's just awesome. The way to do. I mean, you don't have to. If you can't, you can't. But I would like it. When did the... Here's the question that I have. When did that raffle start? I feel like I remember talking to someone about it. Like maybe I did sign up? Is it a Google form? It is a Google form. Yes, okay. I have already responded. So yes. Whew. Yes, I am in on it. I am trying for extras. Okay, good. I was worried there for a second, man. I was like, no, I want in. I want Austin. It's pretty close to like the perfect layout for me. I mean, I like 1800 CP a ton, but like, I would like it even more if I could have my home and delete like right there. I'll take any color, but if I have my choice, I think hold on, can I see how I responded to that? I'm trying to remember what order I put them in, because that one I think asked like, what order do you want them in? Ask Austin raffle form. So I did titanium gray first choice, second choice navy blue, third choice onyx black, fourth choice titanium gray. I wanted one extra PCB. I don't want any extra PCB way PCBs. So I chose the base kit with one extra. And then I chose 0 extra brass and no polycarbonate plate. And that's it. That's what I did. Do I know how to program the C3 PCB? This is so confusing. Sorry, man. Is it if it's QMK, then I know how to submit to program it. If it's not QMK, then I'm completely lost, man. That's pretty much how that works for me. I know it sounds bad, but everybody should just support QMK because everybody knows how to do it. That's like literally the way that this whole hobby should just go now. Like everybody support QMK, the end. And there's plenty I don't know about QMK. Like you can do all sorts of crazy custom stuff because the source is available and because layouts are easy to add and edit. And but every time I've had to play with QMK, even when I've had to like change the layout and stuff, done, easy. Once the board itself is in, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Or via, yeah, which is actually QMK, right? So easy. But yes, if you support via, even better. This keycap will require stabilization. Oh no. Yep, get me hot. Oh, okay, it came back to life. Yes, please. Failboat, this is your first mechanical keyboard. You can't wait. It looks really great so far. Failboat, is this you, buddy? Dude, awesome. Hey, verify for me real quick that you want stepped caps. Other than that, I don't have many questions for you. We chose Zeal Stabs, by the way. So, you know, I'm going to add that cost of Zeal Stabs plus their shipping on at the end. Sorry, man. I didn't realize they weren't in the box until I opened it up and until I literally was just looking and I was like, hey, where are the stabilizers? Right before. Major womp. Dude, this is going to be an awesome first board. It's going to sound great, and it's going to feel good, too. I think you're really going to like it. We've already soldered our anchors in. Yeah, no problem, man. I just want to make sure that your stuff gets built right, and that you're happy with it. It's my number one concern. Your keycap collection includes a stepped caps lock key. I'd recommend you do that. But what I mean by that is your caps lock key can either be centered, where the stem is centered and it looks like a normal step or caps lock key, or it can be justified to the left and then have a step down. I'll show you the difference in a sec. But stepped caps is the right answer, I believe. Unless you're just in love with normal caps lock. Step sounds good. Yeah, we'll do that. It looks cooler. It looks better is really what it comes down to. Owen wasn't seated all the way. But it is now. I'm happy you were able to join, by the way. Shift key only, oof. Caps lock is for people who can't yell with both hands. Like a man. Yeah, I was working late. Remembered you were doing the build, so checked in. Yeah, man, I'm glad that you did. Perfect timing, too, because we're nearly done with the build itself. As soon as this solder job is done, then it's time to put it back together and show you what it looks like and do a typing sounds test. And that's definitely the payoff at the end where everybody wants to see. I mean, I think that's the part everyone wants to see. I think everybody else does too. I think it's funny, the Space 65, the feet hide the screws on the bottom, which means this board was very much meant to go together one time and never be taken apart. There we go, stepped caps in. So did you get in on the group buy for Space 65? Or did you buy it secondhand? Because it looks like it's never been, well, this PCB's never been built before, for sure. I think this part is incredibly interesting also. Going to attempt to build it yourself, but wasn't super confident, didn't want to screw it up. Hey man, that's fair. Soldering is not a difficult task, but I will say that it's not the only thing there is to building a keyboard. So anybody who sells you on, well, soldering isn't that hard, but you know, That's all there is. They're fools. But when everything goes right, it's actually a fairly simple process. Problem is, things don't always go 100% right. There can be issues that you have to overcome. And I think it's fair when people are like, yeah, I didn't want to do that part because I don't want to mess it up. But if you wanted to do it, I would totally understand. I think people should learn to DIY things like this at some point. All right. Whew. You were in the group bike. Cool, man. It looks like an awesome board. I wish I had jumped in on it, honestly. Still streaming nice. Yeah, BBB, like, we're almost done with the Space 65 though, so we'll be done in not that long. Jeff says soldering requires an investment on its own. It does. Decided you want a mechanical and spent about 6 months surfing the mech market, mech keyboards, Keycap, drop until you found a case. Then you wanted that. That's fair, man. It was an exercise in patience for sure. You are much more patient than I am. I'm definitely the guy who's just like, I'm gonna buy this thing, and then this thing, and then this thing. And spends way too much money on it. Probably. But I really like it, so. And I offset my habit of spending a lot on keyboards by building other people's keyboards. Which I feel is working out pretty well for me in that sense. And hey, it helps pay for my keyboard hobby. That doesn't suck. Though, in the end, it actually ends up helping pay for itself. Maybe not entirely, like the streaming portion of it. Okay. Let's verify. Oh, I didn't solder one of these in. Now that we're here. We'll do this part. Oh, that one's in the wrong spot, so that's okay. We will desoldering Gun of Doom one switch. In the interim, we'll do this. At last. Still heating up though. Hobby is all about patience and lack of restraint. No shit, man. Hold on. Do this right. Tin the tip. Burp, burp. Turn it off. Get this back out. That'll probably require straightening out. So I'll leave that hot. Okay. So it's going to look something like this. Okay, perfect. Now let's try all the stabilized keycaps other than that one. We should have done earlier if we were smart. Though so far they work just fine. Okay, so they all work fine, but let's make sure they're all in straight because this commit looks like it could be messed up a little bit. Stream is about control space. Yeah, right. There's a message hidden in there. Just wait. It's format C tonight. Oh, just won't. Why be smart when you can be lucky? Well, I'm not going to say that I was completely dumb about it, but yeah, could have been smarter for sure. So that's, oh, Cody's. Thank you so much for the follow. Anybody else, by the way, if you're in here and you haven't followed already, consider it. And go ahead and go over to YouTube and give me that sub if you can. And you know what? All the other socials too. That's your cue, TSC. I know you're on it already. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'll do it myself in a sec. Oh, thank you so much. Such a good mod. Okay, so... Actually don't know what keys you have over there, so I'm just gonna leave those for right now. Or what keys you want over there, rather. Why did I put all the F keys on there? Like a noob. Probably because we just built that control, and it has F keys. This is actually gonna look incredibly good. Customer, good taste, sir. It's gonna look really clean. I'm just throwing keycaps. As if you wouldn't. No, I know you would. And I regret not getting Space 75. I know, me too, Metal Chuck. I feel exactly the same. This looks so pretty. So beautiful. More importantly, because we haven't done this yet, I don't know if you actually want those up there or not, customer, but I know you want these on the board. Yeah, man. So you can find that actually if you do !tools. Krakener, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. I really do. I really, really do. You guys are totally awesome. Seriously. Appreciate all the subs, all the follows, all the everything that all of you guys do for me all the time. Trying to remember what the like actual 65% default whatever is supposed to be. Page up, page down. You know what? I guess we'll find out when we plug it in. Ooh, Struck 968. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. So it looks like we do have a misaligned maybe enter and pipe, which is to be expected. So we'll get those sorted soon. Man, this is gonna be a mess when I open these. Customer, I'm gonna put these in a bag. I will ship this tray back to you. This thing is impossible to get open cleanly. By the way. So here's my question to you, customer. Do you want the gray numbers on top and then the Hamagoro alphas, or do you want the actual numerics to also be the white ones? Wait. I think just the alphas. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do it this way then. So notice we haven't actually put the whole case together yet because I want to make sure I got all that alignment going correctly. Of all the stabilized keycaps, and really all of them. And that's easiest to do with keycaps like this. God, it sounds good already. Not sure what happened with that tray. It came all messed up, which was, nah, it's not that odd. I mean, if somebody just smacks it wrong in shipping, it'll just get that. It's weird that these are all lined up like this, because I have a Hamagoro one too. Oh, it's actually not that off, because this is what mine looks like. Mine didn't come messed up though. Someone remind me, what is the proper 65%? Insert, delete, page up, page down. But you have all these other keycaps that could go here that I think look better anyway. Which I think we'll probably use. Let's find a row, appropriate rows. There's a log. Actually, that's the wrong one. That's right. Okay. Okay, whatever. Good enough. Now we can do alignment, which is important. So if you guys look, you can see that over here stuff's messed up and stuff actually looks fine down here, which I'm surprised about. No, it's not quite fine. Actually, it is fine. That's actually good. So that pipe is totally crooked, and commit might be a tiny little bit. So what we do is, to fix that, we're gonna get rid of this top. We don't need it for right now. It can only get scratched or in the way. Other things that are common are caps lock, especially when stepped, though it looks good. So this might be a little bit crooked. Yes. Shift is just a tiny little bit. Ooh, boom. Great. Okay. Hey, Dead Encryption, thanks for the follow. Trying to straighten that out, and it's possible that that's just a tiny little bit crooked to revert. We'll get that straightened. Oh yeah, that looks better now. Okay, and then commit Okay. Perfect. That looks very straight now. Perfect, guys. Whoa. Wish there was a blame key with the get base here, right? Couldn't produce them to last long enough. Yeah, right. They'll just get smashed and totally worn out. Okay, so let's now get this thing screwed together. That doesn't look like the right size. Oh, it is. All right, and we'll get these in, tightened a little bit, then we'll snug them all up properly. So there's none along the top, I've noticed, which is odd. But there are some along the bottom. So if you notice, I'm tightening them down and then loosening, backing them off like a quarter thread so that they're not snug anymore. Then we're going to torque them in order. Boom. 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 We'll do here first. And we'll do here. Here. We'll do here. Check them all. Snug, 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 snug. Okay, cool. Okay, so that's that guy. Then, as we noticed, the 3 dot. Oh, thanks, man. So we'll do a little switch hit reaction going on right now. Pull that up, reset. We forgot to put a diffuser in, so we'll do that in a sec. Yeah, that changed the lights. Okay, cool. So that is a function layer. Good stuff. We actually need to loosen this up just a little bit, real quick. To get the diffuser into there. I don't think we need to remove it all the way. Maybe we do. We'll just do it real quick. Sorry, guys. So he's looking at the tofu build, right? What keycaps do you get? So you said you want a 65%, right? Right, mechanics. Also brass plate, because yeah, definitely get the brass plate. And don't follow what he says. Any full featured GMK set, so basically anything that isn't currently on drop. Though actually, what's it called? One of the ones that keeps showing up on drop would actually work just fine. Not the Red Suns one. That's some bullshit. Okay, which one of these is the one we want? Or are they all the same? I don't know if you put both of these in here. I mean, you can. Surely. Okay, that'll work. In fact, you could put 3 of the 4 in there, honestly. That will transmit light still, I bet, just fine. Here's what we do to find out. Yep, okay. There, we get that glow. Perfect. Yeah, I like PBT. PBT is good. I like ePBT sets. I think they're good. I think the quality control is pretty good. Like, everything is good about them. The price is super attractive. JTK stuff is cool too. Some. I don't know, it's hard to go wrong with PBT, and ePBT specifically, as a brand. Okay, now let's get it all settled with the bottom case in place. So customer, if you're still on, here's the question. Here's the question of the night. Do you want the back Voyager 1 plate, or do you want the silver one? I mean, I think it looks good with black. Especially with this key set on it. I would leave that, but not my board. Drop Mateo Dev TTY. I have Dev TTY. It's not bad. I am not in love with it though. It doesn't look as good as SA. And it doesn't feel as good as Cherry in the hands as a profile. IMO. Talisman, what up, man? Death March stream on a single build. No, dual build stream. We built 2 boards and we put a new we got a new power supply for the TS100, and I made a new cable, pigtail cable, that was longer for it. So that's how we started. So really it's kind of like 3 builds of things. Ooh, I really like this. Later, Dead Encryption. God, this sounds good and it feels good. All right, so we're gonna get rid of this stuff for now. Put your feet on there in a minute, before I pack it up at least. That is a beautiful board. Oh ho ho ho. Look at that glow though. Huh. Weird. Like a little lip. Oof. That is a beautiful board. Alright guys. Alright. Let's do this. You guys are ready? Are you ready to hear this? Holy pandas in this wonderful, beautiful board. Before we do any of that, wait, before we do any of that, let's do this. Oof, man, I gotta move you guys back. These holy pandas are so loud. You hate this keyboard? What do you mean? Brass plate for a Tofu 65? Is that what you're talking about, mechanics? I would recommend you get one from KBD fans. Hit me up after this. Find me on Discord, mechanics, and we'll chat. Yeah, this sounds wonderful. I like this keyboard a lot. Oof. Oof. Sorry, a little bit of flux residue on there. Yeah, that sounds freaking fantastic. Okay, so this thing is together the way it should be. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put its feet on. Ooh, we're gonna do that too, so that the focus has a chance. Thaki mods and crisp alphas, no shit, man. Put these little rubber feet on. But it doesn't move around. It's already pretty heavy. I mean, for its size, it's pretty good. You can get that to rattle around just a little bit. It's maybe not like the best, that part, but it is on there magnetically, so it's to be kind of understood. Let's get a weight. Nearly 3 pounds, which, I mean, 2 pounds, 2 3/4 pounds, right? Which for a board this size, pretty good. I like it. I like it. You got Tofu 65 DIY kit, and it came with alu plate, but they do sell a brass plate. They do. I would do the brass plate if you're going to do the acrylic, though. Anyway, all right. Let's get a typing test going, so you guys can all, you know, have that. All right. Time for this. You guys ready? Okay. All right. Oh. Man, that was really bad. Like 50? I don't know. Terrible. Why is it lagging? 58? Oof. Blech. Needs like a redo or something. All right. I'm gonna try one more time. Still bad. Whatever. Just a bad typer, guys. Don't know what to tell you. 60. Fuck. Terrible. Whatevs. Still pretty good. It had a hard time processing such as low speed. Yeah, no joke. The angle is really shallow. I will say that. It's like incredibly flat. Yeah, it was all that lubing beforehand. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't need excuses. I just don't practice at all. Bad. But remember, that's okay. It's not really what we do on this stream. It's not a typing stream. It's a building keyboard stream. I mean, when we really break it down, that's what we do here. Wear out your fingers. Yeah, maybe. Guess what, though? Soon we'll have other things to show off when we do lubing. Like stabilizer lubing, you wait until that microscope is here a day before a week from now. Talisman, you don't even know, man. I ordered the stuff to hang the monitors now from the gantry above. So more stuff will be hanging from the ceiling, but no plans for people, as is your suggestion with your comment. Yeah, the microscope, man. The microscope is real, and according to FedEx, it should be here on the 4th. Which is the day before my next Wednesday stream. So I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, the monitors will actually take a little while before I get them up there, even though I'll get the parts. I still need to get the arm for the monitor itself, for the monitors themselves. And then I need to get the shelf built to put the computer up there. So like at some point, all the stuff will disappear from under the desk, and everything that's streaming, computer and cameras and stuff will all be hanging off the ceiling, with the exception of the microscope sitting down here. Obviously all the soldering iron stuff. Whoa. Let's unplug that. With the exception of stuff like that. Payday Friday. That's what's got me gasping for air. There you go, man. There you go. So, you know, before it gets too before you guys get too excited, let's you know, maybe a little bright. Post a picture of that new PS new soldering iron cable on Instagram. Power supply and new soldering iron on Instagram somewhere. Yeah, I could do that. I will do that. Oh, this lip right here is kind of weird. I don't know. It's a beautiful keyboard. I like it. Yeah, I could also just like show you guys, kind of. So it's not like that. It's not that crazy, man. This is just for the TS100, which again, waiting on the pace. Dang it. Want pace. So basically, Talisman, you may be interested because we were talking about this a little bit last stream, right? So the iron came with, actually it came with this. I kind of, yeah. So it came with this soldering iron, which is 19 volts at 2.1 amps, right? So just under 40 watts. The iron is rated at 65 watts, and its nominal rated voltage is 24 volts. So the thing that I was complaining about partially was, I think, due to the ILS tip, and I am using a BD or a B2 tip now, so that's a thing. But this power supply that I bought for it, there we go, no, is 24 volts rated at 6 amps. So it's considerably more power. And then I just soldered on a pigtail and heat shrunk it. Anyway, this is a 9-foot extension cable, basically, so that the whole thing can kind of hide behind my desk. I didn't set it up super well. It just has the barrel connector on it. Yeah, this is not the right way to show you guys. Yeah, so there's this one. And it just has this real long cable on it now. And I just soldered that together. It is stranded wire. It came pre-tinned though. And it's 16 gauge wire. What was on there, came with this power supply was 20 gauge. So, no, it's 16 gauge wire. Definitely 16 gauge. Anyway, what came with the power supply was 18 gauge. So there is a little section of 18 gauge wire right here that I went on to. But the reason that I got this, right, is because this thing can deliver all of the power that this can take at its maximum rated voltage. So I did notice a difference. This thing is getting hotter, which means it probably drawing more current. And I could test it. I could test it by putting a kilowatt on the other one and putting a kilowatt on this and watching the actual draw, but I almost don't need to. This thing is generating more heat. Like, joints are flowing very rapidly. What I would expect from a direct heat element with a thermocouple built into it. I have an ammeter. Yeah, you've seen it. In fact, you're the reason we can't have nice things. Now we have this on the desk instead of that big clampy fluke ammeter, voltmeter that has the ammeter thing built in it. I'm just playing with you, man. Yeah, so this is what we're doing, and it seemed to work. So we built that cable first. Then we built drop control, which is right here. Boom. So this is the fruits of our labor tonight. This is in the last, 6 hours or more, the things that we did. What up, Racing Giraffe? We're almost done, man. We just did typing tests and all that good jazz. So what's our stream time? 5 hours? This is what we did in 5 hours. Took this apart, rebuilt it, lube stabs, put some damping drawer liner in it. Then we built Space 65, which is beautiful, and we rebuilt the cable on this so that we can power our TS100 properly. So, all that, 5 hours. What are you gonna do, man? You'll eat my baby. Keep it up. Talisman is Saturn confirmed. Yerp. So, yeah. Hopefully you guys really enjoyed the stream. Hopefully you loved it tonight and really thought it was killer. I'm gonna try not to do too many streams that are double features in the future. I got one build kind of behind where I needed to be based on my expected arrivals, and I figured I'll just nip this in the bud now. It is a 24 volt power supply, so it was not made for this. The original one that came with it was this doodad right here, this piece of crap, which is 19 volts, which maximum power delivery rated on this is just under 40 watts, which is not the maximum draw potential of a TS100, nor is 19 volts enough probably to do what we want anyway. IMO. Rating on that paycheck with ridiculous anticipation. You got something you need to buy real quick, man? A new power supply for your TS100, for instance? Double aught cabling. Oof. Double aught cabling. For what, dude? Are you... You running a sub panel somewhere? Double aught. Oof. That's intense. Oh. Well, I mean, if you're running a sub panel, then that makes sense, I guess. Totally makes sense, actually. Double aught. I'm trying to think of... I think I have 4 aught or 8 aught going into a side panel in my garage. I think it's 4 aught, 100 amp sub panel. Whatever. 100 or is it a 200 amp? Man, now I'm all confused. It's been so long. I don't even remember. I'll have to go look at it. Anyway, yeah, man. So this cable is like solid. Of course, I accidentally left a bigger piece of heat shrink on there than I needed, like smaller than I needed. So I gotta cut that off, but I'll probably just leave it on, you know, so it looks cool. So I have some extra heat shrink tubing with me whenever I need it. It's an accent. The aught. Sailboat. Aesthetics. Yes, got it. Got it. Like spare band-aids near sharp objects. Yeah, sure. Just like, here you go. This is here. So yeah, I'm gonna see you guys later. This was really good. Coming up on our streams, actually, before we do any of that, if you guys haven't followed already, please go ahead and do it. And if you have here, please jump over to YouTube and give a sub over there. I'm gonna say though, coming up on future streams, we've got oh, I was wrong about all of these things. On the 2nd of February, we have a Matrix 1.2 OG coming up, which will be pretty fantastic. Somebody who is in stream today is a customer, so I'm excited. Repeat customer is awesome. So that'll be the 1.2 OG. Then we'll have, on the 5th, we'll have an AliExpress Philco case. So basically, our Philco keyboard that we'll be rebuilding and putting into an AliExpress case, similar to my Alps Blue AliExpress board. Although that has an LF Keyboards PCB in it, and we're using an actual Philco as a donor in this case. And then on the 7th, yes, that's a Friday. Next week, I'm gonna stream on Friday also, because I'm not gonna be doing any customer builds the week after. I'm gonna be traveling. And if there's bandwidth at my hotel, I will be taking this bad boy and soldering some of my own stuff. But on the 7th, we're going to build a Rain, which I'm really looking forward to because, well, I like the Rain keyboard. Then we got some other stuff coming up. We've got a TX87 SE, Nyquist, a couple KBD 8X Mark IIs, a Polaris, maybe a KBD 19X, and a Polycarb Canoe, a Tofu acrylic. We've got some stuff coming up, so I'm looking forward to basically all of our upcoming build streams. All right, guys, it's been really, really fun. Ooh, when the rain comes, they run and hide their heads. Yeah, well, I'm excited for the Rain. It looks like a really cool board. Anyway, thank you guys very much. I really appreciate your guys' time, dropping by, hanging out, the follows, all the things. You guys are awesome. And I will catch you guys next time on Sunday, which must be the 2nd. So that day. All right. Later, guys. Oh, wait. Who is streaming right now? That's the question that I need to be asking. Who you got for me, Twitch? Chubies is streaming. Okay. Well, we know who we're rating. We know who we are rating. All right, guys. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. And I will definitely see you guys next time. Oop, oop, oop. Gotta go to my channel and type it in. Yeah, it's definitely Raid Shubies.